everybody, and welcome. I am the Shy Hat, and we are Hacker Frogs. All right, everybody, today we're going to be working on a few different things for today's live stream. But before that, let me put on some music now. I'm trying to see what music works and what music doesn't over here on the channel. And today's offering is from the Shadowrun Returns game. It's a great little computer RPG, which is all about people trying to combat evil corporations in a dystopian future, and it makes for good hacking music. Well, hopefully it does. Let's check it out. Okay, so I'll make the music a little softer, so there we go. Okay, so we've got a few different topics we're going to be covering today, and the first thing we're going to be covering today is we're going to be covering some networking. So in order to do cybersecurity and to do hacking, there's a certain amount of networking knowledge we need to understand in order to do so. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to go over some networking basics. And I'm going to do so through this TryHackMe room over here, which is called Learn Cybersecurity in 25 Days. It's basically their advent of cyber event from the year 2020. It seems like a really long time ago at this point, but we're going to be solving one of the tasks over here and learning about some networking basics along the way. And so that's going to be the first thing we do in today's stream. The second thing we're going to be doing in today's stream is we're going to be going over some more Linux, and that's going to be at the hackmyvm.eu website. So we've been doing some CTF labs for the last couple weeks, and the CTF labs that we've been covering have been called the Venus Labs. So the Venus Labs are a series of different Linux challenges that go all the way from level 1 until level 50 or so. So we're currently on level 27 or 28, I think it is, and we're hoping to cover around 7 or 8 levels in this lab today. So if you're interested in learning some more advanced Linux techniques, you might want to stick around for that. That's going to be the second piece of content in today's stream, and the third piece of content in today's stream is going to be working on a challenge that I have not seen before, and that's also going to be on hackmyvm.eu. I think the name of the VM that we're going to be hacking against today is called Talk. So this is a Linux box in the easy category from hackmyvm.eu, but sometimes the easy challenges have some more complicated parts to them. So hopefully it's not super easy, but not super challenging. We'll see what happens there. And that's going to be the third piece of content for today's stream. So without further ado, let's get on to the first piece of content for today's stream, which is doing networking with TryHackMe Learn Cyber in 25 Days. So this is a very old room from the TryHackMe platform, and if you wanted to look at it yourself, then you can check out this link over here. The room is free, so you don't have to worry about signing up for any memberships in order to get access to this material. So without further ado, let's get started. Okay, so this is going to be a guided walkthrough for day number 8, otherwise known as task number 10, in TryHackMe's Learn Cyber in 25 Days event from the year 2020. But the first thing we need to do in order to do today's task is we need to start up 2 virtual machines. So the first virtual machine we're going to start is this one over here. So there's a green Start Machine button under task number 10. So go ahead and click on that. And then we need to go up to the top of the web page. And in the top of the web page, there's going to be a button labeled Start Attack Box. So we can go ahead and click on that. And that's going to start our second VM that we're going to be using today. You're going to see that the browser window splits into 2 panes over here, with the left-hand pane being the TryHackMe webpage, and the right-hand pane being the attack box virtual machine that we're going to be using today. So while this is initializing, it's going to take a couple minutes. We're going to go down and familiarize ourselves with the stuff we're going to be learning in today's task. So this task is day 8, What's Under the Christmas Tree story. So after a few months of probation, intern Elf McEater has passed with glowing feedback from Elf McSkitty. During the meeting, Elf McEater asks for more access to the Best Festival Company's internal network, as he wishes to know more about the systems he has sworn to protect. Elf McSkitty was reluctant to agree. However, after Elf McEager's heroic actions in recovering Christmas, Elf McSkitty soon thought this was a good idea. This was uncharted territory for Elf McEager. He had no idea how to begin finding out this information for his new responsibilities. Thankfully, TBFC has a wonderful upskill program covering the use of Nmap for Elf McEater to enroll in. So we're going to be talking about Nmap today. So we're going to skip these two sections over here. Actually, the first section we'll skip, but in today's learning objectives, we're going to be exploring the use of Nmap for information gathering stage to build a picture of the services running on a remote computer and to understand how these may be useful to have or useful to use. We'll also be showing how Nmap scans can be detected and blocked by the use of firewalls. Okay, so before we get going, we're not only just going to be talking about Nmap today, we're going to be talking about a few different basic networking concepts, but we're definitely going to be talking about Nmap today. So, intro to Nmap. An open source, extensible, and importantly free tool, Nmap is one of the industry standards that everybody should have in their toolkit. Nmap is capable of a few things that are essential in information gathering stages of penetration testing methodology, such as the Penetration Testing Execution Standard, otherwise known as the PTES, including host discovery, vulnerability discovery, and service application discovery. So for basic Nmap functionality, we'll quickly go over the basics of getting started with Nmap, the scan types, and the syntax for those types accordingly. We'll apply our networking knowledge learned yesterday in day 7 to help understand the differences between TCP and UDP scanning. Okay, so there are two common TCP scan types that we'll be using in Nmap. On the surface, they seem to be performing the same thing, however they're different. Before we break this down, let's illustrate TCP IP's three-way handshake again and recap the three stages in a normal three-way handshake. Okay, so we've got SYN, SYN-ACK, and then ACK. So basically, we've got a client and a server in this model here. So first, the client sends a SYN packet to the server, and then the server receives it, and then sends back this SYN-ACK packet over here, and then the client receives the SYN-ACK packet, and then sends back an ACK packet, and then they can begin communicating with each other. So we do a connect scan with Nmap, and then ST, and then the IP. So okay. Here's where we're going to be talking a little. So before we get going, let's talk a little bit about some basics. So over here in the AttackBox terminal, in the AttackBox desktop, I'm going to open up a terminal over here. And in the terminal over here, I'm just going to create a little file with Nano. And Nano is a text editor. I think I can make this a little bit bigger. Okay. So let's talk about IP addresses. So IP addresses are what everybody uses on the internet to communicate with each other. And we have to understand that there are two types of IP addresses out there. There's external internet addresses, and there's, let's see, maybe I can make this a little. Okay, there are external internet addresses, and then there are internal. Actually, we shouldn't call them internet addresses, they're IP addresses. They're internet protocol addresses. Addresses. Okay, I need to spell everything correctly. So, an interesting thing to note is that when you're in your home network, basically it's very unlikely that your home devices, such as your PC and your tablets and your phone, when you're sitting at home, it's unlikely that they're going to be exposed to the internet. So if you've got an external IP address, you might have an IP address that's something like 57 dot, let's just make one up, dot 12 dot 101 dot 16, something like this. So this is an example of what could be an external IP address. And we've got, so these are addresses that, external IP addresses are basically addresses that are exposed to the internet and that anybody can access. So what internal IP addresses are IP addresses that can only be accessed from inside your home network, basically, or inside in an internal network, that is. So there are a number of ranges that internal IP addresses can take up. So for example, you could have an internal IP address of 10.x.x.x, and with the x's being like any number from 0 to 255. So that is an example of one range for internal IP addresses. Another range for internal IP addresses could be 172.16.x.x.x. Whoops, they're supposed to be x's. There you go. And maybe one more example of internal IP addresses could be like something like 162.168.x.x. So whenever you see IP ranges like this, you should be able to recognize that these are internal IP addresses that do not communicate with the internet. Well, cannot be communicated from the internet. They can reach out to the internet, perhaps, but they usually can't be accessed directly from the internet. And the reason that is because these are usually, machines will have more than one IP address. Maybe they'll have an internal IP address and they'll also have an external IP address. So they'll use the external IP address when they want to communicate with the internet. And whenever they communicate with the internet, anything that comes back to the device will first go to the external IP address and then to the internal IP address. But anyways, before it gets too complicated, let's take a look at how exactly we would find out what our IP address is. So over here, we create another terminal, and we can actually take a look at what our IP addresses are by running this command over here. So it's IPA, and that's going to give us information about our various networking interfaces. So, for example, on this interface over here, we have an internet IP address of this, right over here. So in this case, we know that this is an internal IP address because it starts with 10 dot. So we've got 10.10.150.74, and this is a /16 network. So if you don't know what this means, it basically means that there are a lot of IP addresses that are available on this network. So the 16 range means that there are something like 650,000 IP addresses that could be inside this network. And another common network range you might see is a /24 network, which is 255 different addresses. Okay, so this is how you would find out what your IP address is for your machine. Another way you could find out is you could use the ifconfig command on Linux. So if we do this, we can also find out our IP address, and in this case our IP address is where? Over here. Okay, so we've got so depending on how many interfaces we have, we could have a different address for each one of these interfaces. So for this interface, of course, we've got this. Okay. All right. So now that we've talked a little bit about these IP addresses and how to access them, let's talk. We're not going to talk about Nmap just yet. We're going to talk about how to locate devices on our network. So if we know that there are 650,000 potential addresses out there, we want to know how to tell which devices exist on the network. So that the process of doing this is called ping sweeping, and there are a couple of different ways we can do ping sweeping. One of the ways is that we can use Nmap. So, for example, we could run Nmap with these different with these two flags right here, S and N. So that basically means we're going to not connect. We're just going to figure out if the machine is communicating with us. So in this case, we could do our IP range. So our IP range in this case is 10.10.0.0/16. So in this case, Nmap is going to communicate with all of the IP addresses in this address range, and it's going to figure out which ones we can communicate with. So when we run this, actually, I'm going to run this with an extra flag. So the extra flag is going to be VV for very verbose, which means we're going to get output before the scan is over. So we're using Nmap to send. Looks like we're doing an ARP ping scan, and that's good. Okay, so it says here for this range right here, we weren't able to communicate with any machines. In this range, we're also not able to communicate with any machines. So this is going to keep on going, and so to save a bit of time, this is just one way we can figure out which machines exist on our network. So another way, so I'm just going to quit out of that. Another way we could figure out what machines exist on the network is we could use Python. So Python's a very useful little scripting language, and we can create a little script with Nano. We're just going to call this one ping_sweep.py. And then we're going to use a bit of code over here. Okay, so I'm just going to paste in the this script over here. I think I can I paste it in? No, I can't paste it in. Okay, so I'm going to need to open up the clipboard for the attack box over here. And then after that, I'm going to paste in my code. And I'm going to paste in my code over here. Okay. So basically, this is a little Python script which tries to communicate with all of the networks in the range that we specify, and then try to figure out if those machines are up or not. So we're going to save out this script, and then we're going to run the script with Python. So Python ping_sweep.py. Okay. Oh, okay. We need to use Python 3 because this is the Python 3 script. Okay, so it asks us to enter the CIDR range, so basically our network range. So we know that our network range is 10.10.0.0/16. Okay, so we got Kyle on YouTube asking, "Is this live?" Yes, this is live. Hello and welcome, Kyle. It's hey, you got a South Park avatar. Here you go. Here's something from South Park.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You got it.
Hack.
You got it.
Hack.
You did.
Have a great day.
Hope you're having a great day, Kyle. And nice to see you here from YouTube. Okay, so we ran the Python script, and basically the Python script is going to report to us whether or not each one of these hosts that exist on this network are up. So we got a bunch of different reports over here that this host is up and that host is up. But there's one machine that in particular that we need to communicate with for today's exercise. Let's see. Kyle asks, "What else are you streaming on?" I'm also on Kick. I'm on Kick, and I'm also on Twitch. And so the username is going to be the same for all of them. It's going to be the Shy Hat. So we need to keep track of this machine that we're going to be using the Nmap service against over here. So it's going to be at this IP address. So I'm just going to copy it, and then I'm going to go back to task number 8, which is where we are. Okay, so we've demonstrated a couple of different ways we can discover which machines exist on the network, And so this Python script could go on for a while, so we're just going to quit out of it by using Control C to exit out of the command. Okay. All right. So the last thing we can do to figure out if we can communicate with a particular machine is we can use the ping command. So inside of Linux, we can use the ping command with C for a number of different ping packets to send. And then we're going to put in the IP address. So the IP address is, oh, we didn't copy the IP address. That's a shame. Okay, no, we did. Okay, so this is it. We're just going to close out the clipboard and then paste in the IP address. So it's going to be ping C4. This could be any number, but 4 is a generally accepted number of ping packets. And then we can send it to this machine to see if we can communicate with it. So it says here 4 packets transmitted, 4 received, 0 packet loss. So this is good. This means that we can communicate with the machine. And now we're going to start communicating with it and scanning it using the nmap command. So we've got 2 types of scans that are indicated here. There's a connect scan and a syn scan. So let's try both of these. So we're going to do nmap st and then paste in the IP address. Okay, so we scan the machine with nmap, and it tells us that these ports are open. We've got port 80, we've got port 2222, and we've got port 3389. So, looks like this little button is in the way. Unfortunate. Okay. So we can also run what is called the syn scan over here, which we do with -ss. So let's just see what the difference is between these 2 scans. So the results are basically the same, but let's read about how they're different. Okay, so the syn scan is the most favorable type of scan. Nmap uses the TCP syn scan if the scan is run with both administrative privileges and a different type isn't provided. Unlike a connect scan, this type doesn't fulfill the 3-way handshake as what would normally take place. Instead, after the SYNAC is received from the remote host, a reset packet is sent by the host that we're scanning from, never completing the connection. So this type of scan is most favorable method, as nmap can use all the information gathered throughout the handshake to determine the port status based on the response that is given by the IP address that is being scanned. So if we receive a response that is SYNAC, that means it's open. If we receive a reset packet, that means it's closed. And if we try multiple attempts to contact the IP address, then it's filtered. So not only this, but also since fewer packets are sent across the network, there is less likelihood of being detected. So this is also known as a stealth scan. So what's the other type of scan we did? So we also did the connect scan. Unlike a syn scan, administrative privileges aren't required for this type of scan to run. This is a result of nmap using Berkeley Sockets API, which have quickly formed to be the standard method of how services like web applications communicate with an operating system. As a result of more packets being sent by nmap, this scan is easier to detect and takes a longer time to complete. Moreover, as the 3-way handshake completes, as if it were a normal connection, it can be logged a lot more conveniently. Okay, so let's talk about nmap timing templates. Nmap allows the user to determine nmap's performance, measured in aggressiveness. A user can use one of 6 profiles, from the numbers 0 to the number 5, to change the rate at which nmap scans at, with T0 being the stealthiest. This profile scans 1 port every 5 minutes, whereas T5 is considered both the most aggressive and potential to be inaccurate. That is because the T5 waits a mere 0.3 seconds for the remote device to respond to a handshake. Factors such as those listed below can determine how accurate these scans are. So basically what we're saying is the faster you scan with nmap, the more likely you are to get to be detected, and the more likely you are to get false positives or false negatives, or basically just inaccurate results. So these things can be affected by the resource usage that the remote server is under. The higher usage, the slower it tends to respond to Nmap, and the quality of the connection. If you have a slower and unstable connection, you are likely to miss responses if you're sending many packets at once. So generally speaking, you'll want to use low aggressive profiles for real world scenarios. So if you're using Nmap out in the real world against actual targets, maybe they've hired you to do some testing, you never want to be too aggressive with your scans, because you could potentially, well, you could get caught. Maybe getting caught is not really that big of a deal, or maybe it is. But if you're very aggressive with your scans, you could also potentially knock a server offline, which would be really bad. And please don't do that. However, in a lab environment where noise doesn't matter, high aggressive profiles tend to be the quickest. For perspective, Nmap uses T3 if no profile is provided. In a testing situation, you're inclined to use a lower value, such as within a lab environment. A higher value, such as T4, will suffice, as stealth is not as critical. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the Nmap's scripting engine. So a recent addition to Nmap is the Nmap scripting engine, otherwise known as the NSE, and this feature includes a plugin natured to Nmap, where scripts can be used to automate various actions such as exploitation, fuzzing, and brute forcing. So basically, if you know how to use Nmap, you could do a lot of different types of scans. Okay, so we got ads going on Twitch right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play some other videos for the YouTube people to watch while we're waiting for those ads to end. So they're going to end in about a minute, but I've got this bird bath videos over here that I filmed in the summer, and this is one of my favorite videos. And we're just going to take a little break and watch the birds have fun with the bath while I take a sip of water. Just a second. So I've got hundreds of hours filming the bird feeder in the backyard and sometimes the bird bath, and this is one of my favorite videos. If anybody's wondering what bird this is a Steller's jay. So it's like the West Coast version of the blue jay. They look kind of like a mix between a crow and a blue jay, and they're some of my favorite birds. Okay, so let's put the birds away and let's get on with our walkthrough. Okay, so if you know how to use Nmap, you can use it to automate a lot of different functions, such as exploitation, fuzzing, and brute forcing. And there are a lot of interesting and useful Nmap scripts that are out there. So it says, as of the writing, Nmap scripting engine comes with 603 scripts that can be found here, and there's a little link, and they do all sorts of different stuff. So take, for example, the FTP Pro FTP backdoor script. This script attempts to exploit an FTP service that is running Pro FTP D version 1.3.3, the version of which can be fingerprinted by Nmap itself. So we would provide a script that we want to use by using the -- script flag in Nmap like so. Nmap and then script, and then the name of the script, and then the port, and then the IP address. Okay, so we're going to go over a bunch of different scan types in this section over here. I'll let you know ahead of time. In the real world, you're not going to be using. There are a lot of these additional scan types that you're not going to be using. Most of the time, you're just going to memorize a few that work for you, and then you're just going to use those flags. So not only can we use Nmap's TCP scan, but Nmap also boasts a combination of these types of various actions that are useful for us during the information gathering stage. I've sorted these into a table, giving a brief explanation of their purpose. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about these. So first of all, the -A flag, scan the host to identify services running by matching against Nmap's database with OS detection. So it looks like these two do the same thing, because this other one also does OS detection. So what we could do is we could run one of our previous Nmap scans, and we're going to replace the flags over here with A and O, and we're going to try to figure out what kind of OS operating system is running on this on the server here. So when we run this, we're just going to wait for it to come back, and we're going to take a look at some of these other flags over here. So there's the P flag over here. It says scan a specific port on the host. A range of ports can also be provided, such as port 10 to 100, by using the first and last value of the range like so. So Nmap to scan ports 10 to 100 would be -P and then 10-100. Okay, so most of the time when you're scanning using this flag right here, you're either scanning specific ports that you've already identified, or you're specifying that you want to scan all the ports by giving the -P-. And I can illustrate how this works over here. So Nmap, we're going to run it with -P-. I'm also going to run it with another little flag over here, which is the very verbose flag, so that we can get our output as Nmap finds it. So when we run it like this, we're going to see that Nmap discovers these 3 ports because we asked it to discover all the ports. So it's just discovered port 80, 3389, and 2222. Okay, so alright, so this is illustrated over here, and this last one over here is going to scan the host using TCP and provide version fingerprinting. Okay, so let's run that one. So we're going to run the previous command, but we're also going to add the -B capital S over here to get versioning information for all the services that we find. Okay, and when it comes back, Dancing Bugaloo is now a Hacker Frog. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Dancing Bugaloo. And here have a fun little video redeem. This one is the Nyan Cat. It's a blast from the past. Okay, alright, so what about defending against Nmap scans? So the practice of security through obscurity doesn't work here. Whilst it may seem logical to attempt to hide a service by changing its port number or something other than the standard. So basically, you can change any service from its standard port over to another port. And thank you very much for following the Pie Sauce. The Pie Sauce, that's a great name right there. And Dancing Bugaloo says, yes, awesome, nice to see. And thank you very much for following. Here's another little redeem. This one is Hack the Planet. This one is what we do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay. So any one of these services, if you have an SSH service, if you've got that's usually on port 22, but you can change it to any port you want. You could put it on port 1 or port 1337 or port 69, which would be very nice. That doesn't prevent people from finding your service. That just prevents, well, I mean, there could be some use to that, but changing port numbers doesn't really work too much as a security mechanism. The service will still be fingerprinted during an Nmap scan, albeit slightly later on. Unfortunately, you cannot get the best of both worlds by having a secure service available yet hidden. So fortunately, open source intrusion detection and prevention systems, otherwise known as IDS and IPS, such as Snort and Suricata, allow blue teamers to protect their networks using network monitoring. For example, you would install these services on firewalls such as pfSense. So you've got your pfSense firewall over here. You can install other monitoring and detection apps on top of that, and then you can better get an understanding for what's happening on your network. So rule sets such as emerging threats for Snort and Suricata are capable of detecting and blocking a wide variety of potentially malicious traffic, including malware traffic, reverse shells, Metasploit payloads, and Nmap scans. So, for example, detecting a Metasploit payload for this CVE right here, you would create this rule inside of the detection software, and then it would be able to detect whether or not anybody tried to run this exploit against your network. If properly configured, a majority of Nmap scans can be detected. This is especially true when using an aggressive timing template such as T4 or T5. Let's take a look at the following Nmap scan being detected over here. So we run our Nmap scan over here, and then on the pfSense firewall, let's make this nice and big. So it detects what is happening when the Nmap scan scans the network over here. So even with the timing template of T3, Snort is able to detect the port scan, whereas the 6 alerts in this case, the attacker is then blocked by the firewall. So you can also set it up inside of these detection softwares that if some malicious activity comes from a certain IP address more than a certain number of times, then it's going to block that IP address. So we've come to our challenge. So we're going to deploy and use Nmap to scan the instance attached to this task. Take a note of the IP address to scan this IP address and enumerate it for Elf McEager. Optional bonus: as a result of Elf McEager managing to recover Christmas in day 7, this website has been restored for all the elves to visit. Can you find it? I hear it's quite the read. You must add this entry over here to the etc host file before the application will load, like below. Okay, so the way we would get a domain name over here, such as tbfc.blog, to resolve to a particular IP address, what we would need to do inside of Linux is basically copy this and then go over to our clipboard and paste it in, and then edit a certain file inside of Linux over here. So in this case, we're going to use a text editor to edit the etc hosts file, and then we can add this. So we're just going to add this this domain here. As you can see already, we already have something associated with TryHackMe.lan and TryHackMe in general, which is our local host address. Another IP address we've added here is for this particular domain here, tbfc.blog. So I'm just going to copy this. We can try visiting this blog inside of our AttackBox web browser over here. So this takes a little while to start up, but afterwards we can visit the blog now. Oh, are we not visiting the blog now? Hold on. We're having trouble finding that site. I wonder why. Oh, did I not save out the file? Yeah, no, we didn't save out the file. So, okay, we need to save this file first. Yeah, okay. Now it should work. Let's go back to our Firefox here. Okay, now load up. Alright, so we now have this blog over here. Great. We don't really need to know what's in this blog, we just need to know that this is a blog website. Okay. Let's answer the questions over here. Let's see. So to finish this task here, we need to answer the questions. The first question is, when was Snort created? So we're looking for a year. And I don't think we got an answer for this, so we're going to need to research this. So maybe we could look on Wikipedia. And on Wikipedia, we're going to look for the snort software. Snort software, okay. And it looks like developers' stable release was 2021. It also says here that it was created in 1998, so let's go with 1998. Okay, let's go back. So when was Snort created? Let's say 1998. Submit that. Okay, that is the correct answer. Okay, so what are the port numbers of the 3 services running on this box? So let's go back. Over here. Okay. So when we ran Nmap, let's see. Not that. What is this? So this is it, right? 10, 10, 68, 90. 10, 10, 68, 90. Okay, we can actually just run the Nmap scan by itself. And we're going to see that there's port 80, port 2222, and port 3389. So we can provide this as the answer. So there's 80, there's 2222, and 3389. Click on submit. And that's it. Okay. So run a scan and provide the -pn flag to ignore ICMP being used to determine if the host is up. Okay, so we're going to run nmap again. We're going to run -pn, and this is going to be, this is not going to send ping packets to the host to determine if it's up first, and then it's just going to try to connect. Okay, we did that. So we don't have to answer. We don't have to specify a specific answer here. Just click on complete. Okay, it says here experiment with different scan settings such as -A and -SV while comparing the outputs given. Okay, let's try that. SV. So remember that SV is going to give you versioning information for anything that you find. So it takes a little bit longer because it's trying to get the version information from the services before coming back. So you can see here that it didn't give you version information in this previous scan. But in the new scan, because we specified we wanted version information, then we've got version information for the 3 services here. So port 80 is running HTTP, which is web pages, with Apache software. This version right here, 2.4.29, and port 2222 is running SSH with this software version over here. And so basically, you're going to get different results depending on what kind of arguments and flags you send with Nmap. So just click on complete. And we've got the last question here. Oh, not the last question. Use Nmap to determine the name of the Linux distribution that is running. What is reported as the most likely distribution to be running? So inside of our versioning information, when we ran the scan, we got the name of one particular version of Linux, which is this one right here called Ubuntu. So Ubuntu is one of the most popular distributions, that is versions of Linux that is out there. And if you know a lot about Linux, you've probably heard of Ubuntu. It's very, very popular. Okay, so the name of the distribution is Ubuntu. Ubuntu, click on submit. All right, so use Nmap's network scripting engine to retrieve the HTTP title of the web server. Based on the value returned, what do we think the website might be used for? So let's run that script. So it's going to be nmap, and we're going to scan port 80. That is where the web page is. We're going to specify a script, And I think the script name is HTTP title, like this. Okay, and let's just run that. Oh, that was not the name of the script. Okay, let me go back up. We were talking about running the nmap script. Over here. Nmap script. Okay, like this. I think this is how you would do it, unless the positions are important. Anyways, let's try running this. HTTP title did not run. Okay, let me look this up right now. So nmap HTTP title script. Okay, so example usage is HTTP-title. Okay, so the problem might be that I should not have capitalized the name of the script. So let's try that again. Oops, not this terminal. This one. Okay, let's run that again, but this time let's not capitalize. Okay, so this time it works. So the HTTP title in here is TBFC internal blog. Okay, so now we can answer the question. Based on the value returned, what do we think this website might be used for? In this case, we think it is a blog, and we submit this. All right. Now use different scripts against the remaining services to discover any information about them. So talking about using scripts, we can actually run a bunch of common scripts against any services that we find using nmap by running this right here. So first of all, we're going to scan against all the different services. Actually, we know what services there are. There's 20, there's 80, there's 2222, and there's 3389. And we're not gonna run the script. We're gonna run this instead. So we're going to run common scripts, which is -S, and we're gonna run versioning information like this. And what else can we do? We can also specify to go really fast with T4, and we can get very verbose output from this as well. So when we run all of this, it's going to run some common scripts against these services. So it finds 80, 2222, and 3389. When it comes back, it'll have run all the common scripts against those services to see and give us some additional information. So just a second. I guess running these common scripts takes a little bit of time. Let's see what other networking. Okay, so I don't think there are any other super important networking tricks that I need to teach you in this session, but just need to wait for the scan to come back so I can illustrate some things. If anybody's wondering what module we're using right now, it's this one right here. Okay, so when the scan comes back, we're gonna see the Cassie has just followed on Twitch. Thank you very much, Cassie. You are now a Hacker Frog, and let's give you a fun little video redeem. How about the bully bird? So you know I love my birds, but sometimes the birds bully each other, like this. Okay, so we see that for port 80, we've got the server header over here. That's one script. The HTTP title, that's another script over here. And it also got us the HTTP methods that are allowed on the server, such as get, post, options, and head. And we also got some other information over here. Not too sure about this stuff, but for port 2222, which is SSH, it got us the host key over here. And the third service over here, which is the MSWBT server. I'm not too sure what this service is exactly, but it didn't run any scripts anyways. All right, so with all that being said, let's wrap up this task. So we're finished here. We can just click on complete. You're going to see the task turn completely green, which means we're done. All right, so this was a guided walkthrough of day number 8, I think. Let me just check. Yeah, day number 8, which was also task number 10 of this particular room, which was the Learn Cybersecurity in 25 Days room from TryHackMe.com. If you enjoyed what you saw in this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and also create a comment underneath the video. But until next time, Hacker Frogs out. Alright, but we're not actually going anywhere because I just did a little outro section for the YouTube video I'm going to be making out of this eventually. But everybody, thank you very much for sticking around, and we're going to be moving on to our next section of the stream in just a little bit. But let's do a little bit of cleanup over here at TryHackMe.com. If anybody has any questions about any of the networking things that we talked about today, please let us know by typing in the chat. I really enjoy answering questions. Sometimes I don't have all the answers, but feel free to ask questions anyways. Okay, let's terminate all these virtual machines, and we're going to move on to our next task. So if you're learning Linux, and well, I mean, Linux comes in very handy when you're doing hacking and cybersecurity stuff. You're going to encounter it very often, and there are a number of different places you can learn and challenge yourself with Linux. So one of those is going to be over at hackmyvm.eu, which is a cybersecurity education platform. And if you want to take a look at what these labs look like, this is the link over here. You're going to need to make an account over there, of course, but you don't need to pay any money. None of the services that I advertise on the channel are going to be paid services. So I'm thinking like yeah, we need to get this information out to everybody, and the best way to do that is to provide free materials. Okay, so next we're going to do these Venus labs over here. And the Venus labs are basically little Linux challenges where you use Linux commands and understanding of the Linux operating system to solve little challenges, and you get better. Well, hopefully you get better by solving the challenges. So I think where we left off was level 27? No, 28? Okay, so level 28. I'm keeping track of how we're solving these challenges with this little GitHub repository here. I think. Okay. So I think we finished level 26 last time. Let me pull up my notes. Okay, so we finished level. I think we finished level 27. Okay. Actually, oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to do my write-up for this level. If anybody's wondering about where where we're keeping track of all of our information for this particular lab, you can take a look at the GitHub over here, and that has all of the write-ups that we've been doing for this level. So please give me a little bit of time for me to write up the write-up for the previous level. So the target user for this level was the Lola user, and the method of solving this level was we needed to access a temporary file created by the Vim text editor and extract a list of potential passwords, then brute force the login of the next user using that list of passwords. Okay, and let's see, what were the key commands when we solved that level were this command right here that brute forces the passwords using the Hydra program. Okay, let's save out that level. So if you want to participate at home, and it's more fun if you're hacking along with us, of course. I'll provide the credentials for the next level. The next level is the Lola level. So I'm just going to give you these this username and password combination here in the chat. And the way you would access this level is by using SSH. So if you've got a terminal, it doesn't necessarily have to be a Linux terminal. You could also use a Mac terminal or a Windows terminal to do this. So you just need access to a command line terminal here. You'd use the SSH program as to access the Lola account at venus.hackmyvm.eu on port 5000. So this is the command you would use. Here you go in chat. If you're having trouble using the SSH program inside your terminal, please let us know, and we'll try to help you out. So run this, and then grab the password, copy the password, go back to the terminal here. When you paste into a Linux terminal, you have to use the Control-Shift-V keyboard shortcut to paste, instead of just Control-V to paste. You have to add the shift in there. So after that, just hit enter. Oh, it looks like you all were all getting ads while I was doing my explanation. So sorry. My explanation was that when you use the SSH program and you want to paste something in, you have to use Control-Shift-V to paste in a password. If you just do Control-V, nothing's going to happen. You have to add the Control and the Shift and the V to paste in something using Linux. Okay, so whenever I do any of these levels, I need to do a little YouTube intro and outro. So please excuse me while I provide those. Okay, so this is the Lola level, otherwise known as level 28 from the Venus CTF labs from hackmyvm.eu. All right, so let's get started. So the first thing we need to do when we solve any of these CTF challenges is we need to read the mission.txt file here. So when we read it, we're going to see that the user Celeste has left a list of possible .html pages where to find her password. So basically, what we're dealing with is inside of this file over here, pages.txt. If we take a look at pages.txt, we're going to see a bunch of different potential HTML pages where we can find that password. So the problem is that we don't know which one of these are going to be valid, and it would be a big pain in the butt to try to manually insert each of these to figure that out. So what we're going to do is so the second thing we need to know about this level is that we need to access the web page that is being hosted locally. So we can use the curl command to access the locally hosted web page with this command over here. So here we've got we've got a password, and I think this is a password for another user. What we need to do is we need to access a specific page. So the names of those pages is going to be in pages.txt, all of these over here. So what we need to do is we need to try each one of these with the local host to see which one matches. And in order to do so, I've actually got okay. So what we need to do is we need to create a little file. We need to adjust this pages.txt so that it actually has the .html appended to each one of these entries. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new directory inside the temp directory, and we're going to call this /lola/shyhat, and this is just a directory where we can start modifying some files, because we're not allowed to modify anything inside our home directories over here. So we're going to create that directory, and then we're going to copy this pages.txt file over to that directory. So we're going to copy pages.txt to copy this, paste this. Okay, and now we're going to go to that directory. Okay, so this is pages.txt. So we can now modify this file. And let's see. I think let me ask our know-it-all friend ChatGPT over here. So what do we want to do? We want to append the text .html to each line in a file in Linux. How do we do this? So you can append HTML to each line in the file with Linux with tools like sed and awk, or by using a loop in the shell. Here's how. Okay, so we're going to try using sed over here. So this sed command over here, we need an input file and an output file. And with this command over here, we're going to append .html to each one of these lines. So let's just copy this, then go over here, paste in the command. We need to adjust the names of these files. So we're going to create a file called url.txt, and we're going to input pages.txt. Okay, so this command should append .html to the ends of all those lines. So let's do that. So if we take a look at url.txt now, so we see that all of the lines have been appended with .html. This is what we want. So the next thing we want to do is we want to run a kind of complicated little command over here. So the command is complicated, but we're going to analyze it a little bit before we run the command. So what we're going to do is we're going to read url.txt, and then we're going to pipe it into the zargs command. So the zargs command is going to run another command on every line that happens there. And what we're going to do is we're going to run a shell command. And inside the shell command, we're going to create this variable called response. And the response is going to be the result of using curl and which goes to dev null, and we're going to use a URL equal to, we're going to record the HTTP code, and we're going to reach out to localhost, and then these brackets over here. And these brackets over here are going to represent each line inside the url.txt. So if the response, which is the HTTP response code, is equal to 200, then we're going to echo valid endpoint found at this endpoint over here, or else we're going to echo invalid or inaccessible endpoint, and then we're going to finish. Okay, Stewie on Kick says, hello Stewie, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Let me give you a fun little video redeem. Here's a Nyan Cat for you. Eric Sears on YouTube asked, did I miss anything? We were just going over some networking basics in the first hour, and now we're going to be solving some Linux challenges over here in our second hour. So basically, we've got our text file with all the URLs. We're going to test them each against the localhost and see which one of these URLs is valid on the localhost. So let's run this this command over here. So it tells us that which ones are invalid. So invalid or inaccessible endpoint, HTTP 000. Okay. So because there was a lot of output there, what we're going to do is we're going to grep. We're going to run the same thing, but we're going to grep for status 200, which is a valid web page. Okay. So it only gave us... It didn't give us any valid endpoints. Huh. I wonder what's wrong there. Oh, you know what? We need an extra slash. So we need to add the slash to the localhost here. Okay. So that's my bad. We're going to run this all again, but we're going to add... We're going to add an extra slash to the localhost here. So over here, for localhost, we're going to add a slash. So over here, we're also going to add a slash. And the last thing over here, we're also going to add a slash. Okay, so now that we've done our debugging, this should work. Okay, so it says, huh, so they all came back invalid this time as well. Let's try not grepping for it, and instead let's pipe this out to less. Oh. Let's not pipe this out. Let's just go over the results. So invalid or inaccessible endpoint. So are these all invalid or inaccessible? No, we found a valid endpoint. Oh, this didn't output the HTTP 200. So we were able to find our valid endpoint. It's this one right here. Okay. So what we can do is copy this. Whoops, we don't need to open this link. We need to copy this. And then we need to use curl. So it's just going to be curl and then this. So when we access this endpoint, we did our brute forcing to figure out that this is a valid endpoint. And we get the password for the next level. Okay. So we just need to copy this, and remember, let's go back to the home directory. This is the password for the Celeste user. So for everybody keeping track at home, these are the credentials for the next level. Okay, so let's write our after action report before we finish this level. So we're going to go back to GitHub here, and we're going to go to level 28, which is the Lola level. We're going to edit a file. Okay, so our target user for this level was the Celeste user, and the method of solve for this level was we needed to fuzz the localhost website for a valid page based on a list of potential endpoint names. Okay, and so our key commands in this case, so we got this key command over here, which was basically appending the HTML suffix to all the lines in that file, and it was like this. So this was pages.txt, and the out file that we created was called url.txt. And the second thing we did was we did this long script-like command here, but we needed to include our slash to the localhost, otherwise it wasn't going to work. Okay, so let's save this out. Alright everybody, so this was a guided walkthrough for the Lola level, otherwise known as level number 28, from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed watching this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, Hacker Frogs out. Alright, we're not going anywhere. That was just my YouTube outro that I needed to record. Something I gotta do. Okay, so let's move on to the next level. So we've got the credentials for the Celeste user. Let's get out of here. And then let's log in with SSH as Celeste. We got that password. Let's copy it and paste it in. Okay, so this is a guided walkthrough for the Celeste level, otherwise known as level number 29, from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. So the first thing we need to do to start any of these levels is to read the mission.txt file. So the mission description says the user Celeste has access to MySQL, but for what? Or MySQL. Some people get really mad when you pronounce SQL as SQL. But anyways, what do we have here? So let's find out if Celeste has any particular functionality on here. So they do not. Okay, so MySQL exists on the server. So what we need to do is we need to access it as the user Celeste. So we're going to run this command right here, MySQL user Celeste, and we need to provide a password. So we're going to provide Celeste user password, paste it in. Okay, so we need to figure out how to use SQL. So I don't use SQL super often, so I'm going to have to figure out how to look at tables. So what tables, whenever we arrive on a SQL database, the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out how to output the database names. So this is a MariaDB version of SQL. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of research. So MariaDB, let's look at a cheat sheet. MariaDB standard developer cheat sheet, that sounds good. Let's go over here. Download datasheet. Okay, sure, let's do that. Okay, so if anybody's wondering what I'm looking at right now, it's this over here. So we need to show databases. We need to figure out what databases exist in the system. So it's going to be show databases. Okay, we've got information schema, which is a default database, and we've got Venus. So we're going to use this database here. So just use Venus. Okay, database changed. And then we need to figure out what tables exist in this database. So I think it's just show tables. We've got people in this database. All right, so I think what we can do from this point is we can just do this SQL command, which is from select star from people. So this should dump out all of the contents of the people table. Let's see what happens. Okay, so this is a list of all the users in the system, I guess. So there, we've got ID number, we got the username, and we got a password. So remember that we're looking for the Nina users. We're looking for whose password are we looking for? So it actually didn't tell us why we have this information. So what we can do is we can just manually copy all this information and turn it into a file. So we're just going to copy this entire table here. Okay, and we're going to go back to our Kali Linux terminal over here, and we're in the temp directory. Okay, we're just going to create a file called data.txt, and we're going to paste in all the information we got from the SQL system. All right, we're going to save that, and then we're going to run this command over here to reformat the file. So we're going to run awk, and we're going to get rid of these pipe characters over here, and we're going to print a certain field of the data.txt. So basically, what the command here does is it eliminates everything but the username and the password, and it only returns that. So when we run this, I think okay, so I wrote that incorrectly in my notes. Anyways, so let's just manually examine the stuff in here. So we've got Nuna, Nona. We need to figure out which password is the password we want. And I'm pretty sure the only way we would figure out which one is correct is by looking at the user password file inside of the Venus server. So back over here, we're going to exit. And then we're going to look at the etc password file. So the etc password file tells us which of these names over here are going to be valid in the system. And I think what we can do is we can just copy. Actually, we need to get rid of all of these accounts that have no login. So we can just cat this out and then grep b for no login. So these are all valid user accounts. So we're just going to copy all these. We're going to, you know what, I'm just going to use the AI to help me out. So over here, this is a list of valid users on a Linux system. Keep this for me. Then I'm going to paste in this over here. Okay, it doesn't give them a memory updated. Got it. Saved. And then we're going to go and we're going to get the list of passwords over here. So I'm just going to exit out of here. I'm going to read the data. And then I'm going to go back to ChatGPT. I'm going to ask it, this is a list from a SQL database. From this database, which users also exist in the list of Linux users? And if so, what is their password? It's gonna give us a this is how you do it. Okay. I'm not interested in learning how to do it. I just want you to do it for me. Oh boy, it's really taking its time. Okay, stop this. Just tell me which names exist in both lists. Okay, so here are names that exist in both the Linux users and SQL database. And what passwords are associated with these names. Okay. So in this case, we're going to try to log in as these users. So I'm just going to copy this over here. We can try to brute force the system with this. So one last question. Using the Hydra brute force tool, how do we use a list of username / passwords on one line? Okay. The C options, which specifies the colon-separated file containing username password pairs. Okay, so we need to prepare the list over here, and then use the C flag with Hydra. Okay, let's prepare the list. So I'm just gonna use nano, and this is gonna be called creds.txt. So paste in this stuff over here. We need to make sure that these names are separated by a colon, like this. We're going to save the file. And then we're going to use Hydra over here. Okay, so in this case, we're using creds.txt. Okay, and the target is going to be venus.hackmyvm.eu. The port is going to be 5000. And the protocol is going to be SSH. Okay. Let's see. Unknown service SSH. Maybe I need to do SSH in lowercase. Oh, we've got more ads coming in on Twitch in just a little bit. 0 valid passwords found. That was unexpected. Oh, you know what? I see here that ChatGPT misspelled one of the names. Actually, it didn't misspell one of the names, it omitted one of the names. So if we take a look at the data.txt, you see that Nina is over here, but it forgot to include Nina in the list. And if we take a so spoiler alert, the name that is supposed to come back positive is supposed to be Nina. And if we take a look in this list over here, Nina is here in the list. Huh, does Nina not appear? No. Nina appears in this list. But for some reason, ChatGPT didn't find it, or it didn't return it. So this is this is a good opportunity to tell you that ChatGPT is not always accurate. So in this case, ChatGPT didn't get us the answer. And let me just add that entry to this over here. So we've got Nina with this password. Let's add it to creds.txt. So okay, now that we've added it, we can then run Hydra again. And now Hydra successfully brute forces Nina into the system with this password over here. So this is the password for the next level, which is the Nina level. So we were not told that Nina was the target user. So that's kind of unfortunate. Anyways, there's a break going on right now. So in the short time where we are still doing ads, let's take a little water break and watch the birds. There you go. Just a second, gotta take a sip of water. Okay, so as much as I don't want to, like go away from this incredibly cute little video, let us continue. Okay, so we're able to identify that that the Nina user is the valid set of credentials in the list with this password right here. If you're keeping track at home, these are the credentials. Okay, so before we finish, let's do an after action report over at GitHub. This is level 29. And let's edit this file. Okay, so the target user of this level was Nina, but it wasn't revealed to us. Okay, and the method of solving this level was access the table full of credentials in the MariaDB database and compare it with valid users in the etc password file. Then brute force with Hydra. Okay, and the key commands that we used in this level here were MySQL as the user Celeste with the password, and we also needed to do the Hydra command. And the Hydra command was this one. Okay, let's commit those changes. File could not be edited. Oh, is that because... Is that because I included these... Did it not like these parentheses? Maybe. Huh, why is it not letting me commit my changes? This is strange. Anyways, let me just copy this. Let me create a temporary file. See if I can do that. Is GitHub offline right now? No, it's not. I wonder why I can't edit my file. Anyways, let's just go back. Discard the changes. Okay. All right, so anyways, this was a guided walkthrough for the for the Celeste level from hackmyvm.eu, and otherwise known as level number 29. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough video, please click on the like and subscribe buttons underneath the video, and also leave a comment on the video. But until next time, Hacker Frogs out. Alright, let's get out of here and let's log into the next level, which is the Nina level. So Nina's password is this one over here. Paste it in, and we're in. Alright, so this is a guided walkthrough for the Nina level, otherwise known as level number 30, from the Venus CTF Labs on hackmyvm.eu. So let's start the level by reading the mission.txt file. We're going to see here that the user Kira is hiding something in localhost method.php. So the endpoint in this case is called method.php. This gives us a very serious hint that solving this particular level might have something to do with sending different HTTP methods to this endpoint here. So if we were to curl this particular endpoint, so the first thing that we send here, it says we're using the get method to method.php. There are a bunch of different HTTP methods, and we can use curl to send. We can send any specific method in HTTP to the endpoint here. So we sent the get method, and the response we received, it says I don't like this method, and we didn't get a password. So obviously what we need to do is we need to send different methods to this endpoint. So we could send, let's say we sent the post method, and maybe we sent some data. We could do tests. So this is going to send post method, Let's see. My Y big L says, what is this title? I don't get any of this. Are you talking about the stream title? So the stream title might be a bit hard to understand. So first we were learning about networking stuff, and now we're doing some Linux challenges. So Mr. Y big L, if you have any questions about what's going on the stream, please let us know. We'll try to answer your questions as best we can. Not trying to be confusing on purpose, just that there's a very small amount of space that we can put our title in, and sometimes it can be confusing. Anyways, we're going to send a different method to this particular endpoint here. We're going to send the post method and see what happens. So we sent the post method. We can see here that we're sending the post method to method.php, and it says, I don't like this method. So it doesn't like this this particular method either. We can send, so the method it actually wants is, it wants the put method. This is kind of like an unusual method for HTTP, but we can use the put method by just specifying put over here. And the put method basically replaces information, and when we send this one, we see here that we sent the put method to method.php, and in response we got this password over here. So this is going to be the password for the next user, and the next user is the Kira user. So to the people who are keeping track at home, that's the password for the next level. Okay, so oh, you know, Mr. Y big L, we forgot to send you a welcoming video. So here's a fun little video redeem. This one is Hack the Planet, and I hope you're having fun tonight.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so this was the Nina level over here. Let's go ahead and create our after action report for this level. So this was, the target user for this level was the Kira user, and the method of solve for this level was send the put method to a specific localhost endpoint. Okay, and the key command for this level was this one right here. This curl command right here, which sends a specific put method to the method.php endpoint. Okay, let's save the changes. Huh, it's not saving any of these changes. That's, man, that's unfortunate. Okay, I'm just gonna save this to my notes, and then I'll add this stuff later. Oops. Just gonna copy this to my notes, and I'll save it out later. Simon Dante says, "Hey man, sorry I'm late." You're not late. No worries. We're just trying to solve some levels over at HackMyVM Labs Venus over here. And here, have a Nyan Cat. Simon Dante, nice to see you here. Okay, so this was a guided walkthrough for the Nina level, otherwise known as level number 30, from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, Hacker Frogs out. Okay, so I don't know why GitHub is not letting me save any of my information here, but I might have to go back and manually put in all of my notes a little bit later. But anyways, Is this next level a fun level? Let me take a look in the future. Oh, okay. I think we'll solve one more level, and then we'll move on to our next piece of content, because we certainly don't want to do anything super boring in the middle of the stream. Anyways, let's solve one more level. Let's get out of here, and let's log into the next level, which is the Kira level. And Cyberner Dante, if you want to join in, we're doing our usual lab with this, and these are the credentials for the next level. Okay, let's log in. Paste in the password, and we are in. Okay, so this is a guided walkthrough for the Kira level, otherwise known as level number 31, from the Venus CTF labs from hackmyvm.eu. Let's start the mission by reading the mission.txt file. So it says here that the user Veronica visits a lot, this page right here, waiting.php. So this is another little web level. We need to figure out what's going on in this web page. So as usual, we need to copy the endpoint here. We're going to use curl to access the web page. So this is a locally hosted web page. It is not accessible from the internet. Basically, you have to be logged into this into the server to be able to view this page. So when we use curl to access it, it's going to give us our information right here. So our host is localhost, our user agent that we're using is the curl program. We accept everything, and in return it says, I'm waiting for the user agent Paradise. So this is the response. So it's not much of a mystery here. There's a user agent HTTP header, and it currently says curl, and it's waiting for the user agent Paradise. So obviously what we need to do is we need to adjust our HTTP request. So we can send a custom header like this, and we're going to send user-agent, and we're going to send it as this right here, Paradise, because this is what it wants. Copy paste. Okay. So this is the whole command right here. When we send this command, what we get in response is the password for the next level. And remember, the password, the user that is associated with this password is the Veronica user. So for all of you fine folks playing at home, these are the credentials. Okay, so before we finish up, let's write up a little after action report over here. Hopefully GitHub is cooperative. Maybe it's not going to be. We will see. Let's edit this. Okay, so the target user. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Jake and Ben Solo. That's a Star Wars reference. That certainly is. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. And have a fun redeem. This one is drink all the booze and hack all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
So if you're looking for that music video, you can search on YouTube. Just search for the word hacker and all the things. Hacker all the things. That song makes me want to hack the planet. Well, you should know how to redeem stuff by now. You can redeem Hack the Planet if you like. Cybernerd Dante, thank you very much. Okay, so our target user here is Veronica, and the method to solve. The method of solve is we need to send a specific user agent HTTP header to the server, or to the endpoint rather. And the key commands in this case was this curl command right over here. Okay, and then we commit the changes. Still can't save any of our GitHub files. That's really annoying. Okay, let me add this to my notes. Alright, so this was a guided walkthrough for the Kira level, otherwise known as level number 31 on the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment under the video. But until next time, Hacker Frogs out. Okay, so man, it seems like this. Let's try another track from this soundtrack here. So if anybody is wondering, this is the Jake and Mansola RTX 50. Which one is equal to 4090 again? Well, that's a good question. I'm not a video card aficionado. We could probably ask on the internet here. Let's see. So RTX 50 4090 comparison. So NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5090 versus RTX 4090. I guess that's the answer there. NVIDIA 50 series RIP 4090 owners. Huh. OG23 YG, hello, hey, nice to see you here. And nice to see you here on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. And have a... Well, let's just give you some birds. Here's the Stellar Jay. Okay. So Stole 016 says 50 50 70. I gotta admit, I'm not very much of a hardware person. I'm more of a software person, but yeah. Awesome video cards are awesome video cards. If I had an awesome video card, I'd probably use it to do some password cracking or something. But anyways, we're gonna start our last portion of the stream, and the last portion of the stream is gonna be some free hacking. What do we mean by free hacking? So there are challenges that you can download from different websites. It basically lets you put a vulnerable virtual machine on your virtual machine network, and from there you can use another machine to try to hack into that system. The goal is to get the highest level of access on the system, which is commonly referred to as rooting the machine. So in this case, we're going to be using the HackMyVM platform over here to download a virtual machine. And let's see, I need to ban somebody. Just a second. Okay, so we've got our machines over here. We need to log in. The challenge that we're going to be working against today is the talk machine. So this is it over here. If you're interested in checking out this challenge yourself, you can download it from this link over here. Okay, so all we know about this machine is that it's a Linux machine and that we can download it over here. We have no particular notes here. It just says hack and fun in the notes. And what I need to do is I need to deploy the machine. So I took the liberty of deploying the machine to my network and starting up the machine. So it's running over here. So this is the talk machine. It lives at IP address 10.02.95, and we're going to be hacking against it and we're not going to stop hacking until we've essentially rooted the machine. So let us start. Okay, so the first thing we want to do when we do one of these CTF box challenges is we want to run an Nmap scan. So the Nmap scan we're going to run is this one right here. We're going to run it against this IP address. We're going to run it very verbose. We're going to run it with 4 threads, which is very fast but not too fast, against all the ports. And we're going to get common scripts against whatever we find, and we're going to get versioning information against whatever we find as well. So if you have any questions about anything we're doing while we're trying to hack this box and get root access, please let us know in the comments. Golden1 just rated the channel with 7 viewers. Hello, GoPro Slowyo. Are you behind this this raid? Anyways, thank you very much to Golden1 and their viewers for rating. And raiders, why don't you have a hack the planet on me?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so you caught us at a good time. We're just starting our CTF box right now, and we're going to be doing the CTF box for the next couple hours. Okay, maybe. Yeah, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Golden1, what fun were you getting up to on your stream? Please let us know. And viewers, my name is The Shy Hat, and I do cybersecurity content here on Twitch and YouTube, as well as Kick. If you just so happen to be streaming over there, watching over there. And what we do is we do beginner level content for cybersecurity, and we try to explain everything that we're doing as we're doing it. So if you're up for some beginner level content, then I'm your person. GoPro Slowyer says he's a bug bounty hunter and a tool developer and a generally awesome dude. Oh, awesome! Great! Yeah. And I see we've got a GitHub repository associated with this person as well. Let me copy this and let's take a quick look. Okay, so over here, what do we got? We've got Gungnir, Golden Cybersecurity. Okay, and we've got some projects over here. In Norse mythology, Gungnir is the spear of the god Odin. Okay, so what do we do? It's a command line tool written in Go that monitors certificate transparency logs for newly issued SSL TSL certificates. It's going to aid security researchers and pen testers in discovering new domains and subdomains as soon as they're issued certificates. Oh, this sounds like a really cool tool. This sounds very, very cool. Barton says, love this. Golden's a legend. Great to see you here, Barton. And yeah, so we're here to hack all the things, drink all the waters. Well, you can drink whatever you want. Some hackers drink all the booze and some hackers drink all the water. That's fine. And it keeps you ahead of the game for content discovery. That's great. So if anybody's interested in checking that out, you can check it out at this link right here. I'll drop it in the chat one more time. There you go. Okay. All right. So let's get started on our CTF box enumeration. So to anybody who's wondering what box we're doing right now, we're currently doing this talk box on hackmyvm.eu, and you can take a look at the details at this link right here if you're so inclined. So let's run the Nmap scan. So this is a classic combo right here. We've got port 80 and we've got port 22. So usually on these type of easy CTF boxes, what we need to do is we need to either brute force or otherwise hack the web page on port 80, and then we can log in via SSH access to port 22. So as soon as we see port 80, there's a number of different testing techniques we can do against HTTP pages. So let's go ahead and do that. We've got ads coming up on Twitch in just a little bit, but let's see if we can do some fun stuff before the ads hit us. When the ads hit us, we're going to be well, I'm going to be actually Samir Dante. If you like the Stellar Jays, you're gonna enjoy the adorable the adorable bird bath video I've got for you guys during the break. But anyways, so port 80, we've got HTTP cookie flags, okay? We've got a title, otherwise known as ChatMe. We've got HTTP methods. We've got Nginx, which is, all right. Burbs, yeah, we're gonna get some burbs in just a second. Cyber Dante, you don't see Twitch ads, right? Just checking that you don't see Twitch ads. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna run a little web app fuzzer called derb. So derb is not super powerful. People don't use it all that much, but the syntax is very, very easy. And all you need to do is supply derb and the name of the server. So in this case, it found CSS, DB, IMG, and JS. These different. I wasn't able to find anything inside of those, but we know that these endpoints exist, which is very useful for us. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to run Nikto. So thank you very much for following Barton. Thank you very much. And on Twitch, thank you very much for following. You are now HackerFrog. Let's give you one of these. I just love this old meme. Thank you very much for following for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you very much, Barton. Thank you. Thank you very much for becoming a subscriber on Twitch. If you feel like joining a Barton by subscribing with Prime, a Barton just subscribed on. Yeah, that's the notification. Thank you very much. And we've got ads going on Twitch right now. Like I promised, these are some birds. So I'm going to put on the bird video over here. This is one of my favorite videos. These are two little hatchlings over here, and they're just having a lot of fun in the summertime, having a little bird bath. Let's see. Barton says, not sure if it's geo thing. No ads for you because you're. Yeah, these are little baby stellar jays. These are babies. And let me just take a little break for water. Just a second. I could watch this video all day. It's just so cute. But yeah, you can tell this is a baby stellar jay because well, first of all, it's got its face is it looks chubbier, if you know what I mean. And the second thing is that the tail feathers are short. So an adult bird usually has long tail feathers, but hatchlings usually have pretty short tail feathers. And usually baby birds, they're usually the movements that they're usually not as graceful as adults. Anyways, let's put the birds away. Hope you appreciated the bird bath video here. Its little cone head is hilarious. Love it. Yeah, that's what I love the most about these little guys. Anyways, let's put the birds away, and let's run our Nikto scan. So Nikto is a web app vulnerability scanner, and so it's pretty easy to use. That's why I like to run it. And sometimes Nikto can pick up some very old vulnerabilities, so that's why I like to run this particular tool. So we're scanning against the web page. Local Ken says, seen a baby blue herring this morning, still huge. Barton says, have you played with Nuclei? No. Is Nuclei another web app testing program? Baby blue herring. You mean? Oh, do you mean a heron? You mean a heron, right? You don't mean a herring. A herring is a fish. A heron is a bird. pretty sure. Let me just look that up real quick. Let's see, baby blue heron. There you go. These are, wow. That's is this the type of thing you're talking about? No worries, local cam. That's fine. But yeah, sometimes I'll see birds that look like herons out at the lake. There's a little lake that's located not too far away from where I am, and sometimes you'll see a lone heron just standing around looking for fish. A Barton says that it is a project discovery that has been building some great tools for some time now. What is it called again? It's called Nuclei. Maybe I should look that up. Web app. Security Nuclei. Nuclei community-powered vulnerability scanning. Is this what we're talking about here? Project Nuclei. Project Discovery Nuclei. Okay. I think I found it. So it says it's a fast, customizable vulnerability scanner powered by global security community and built on simple YAML-based DSL, enabling collaborators to tackle trending vulnerabilities on the internet. Okay, so is this something that you use a lot in bug bounty hunting, or something that's useful for just web app security in general? But yeah, if anybody's looking, this is the link that we're looking at over here. Okay, so the Nikto output came back here. So we found a login page. So login.php. So we probably want to go and investigate that page. So what we can do is we can just manually navigate to the web page in question. It lives at HTTP 10.0.295. So this is the login page here. So immediately something shouts out to me. So so there's a developer name over here, and we can probably look up what kind of platform is being used to power this page. So we can just copy this and then go back and search for this. So PJ Careg. So it says simple public chat room using PHP MySQLi with source. Okay, so let's check out this first link over here. So this might be the software we're dealing with right here. If it is, Jugpearl says, let's see, you will find low-hanging fruit for bug bounty hunting using tools that everybody uses. There's also a lot of vuln automated tools that don't catch stuff such as business and logic flaws on the back-end components. Okay. So don't rely on it completely, but definitely make it a friend. Yeah, you definitely want... No, I mean, we were just talking about ChatGPT over here, and I was trying to get ChatGPT to do some comparison between files, and usually it's pretty good, but for some reason it left out a couple of important lines from one of the files that I was giving it. So you can't rely on any one tool completely. You just need to have a bunch of tools in your tool belt. Okay, so let's see. What? Okay, so this is the chat page over here. Another interesting thing is that there's this button over here that says "Click Me." Of course, when I see a button that says "Click Me," I want to click it. So let's click it and see what finds out, and see what comes out. So it says we can create an account. All right, so we can create an account and we can start doing some testing against it. So let's see. So my name is the Shy Hat. Oh, what's my username? My username is also, well, we're Hacker Frogs, right? And our password is Hacker Frogs rule, exclamation point. Our email address is test@hackerfrogs.com. And our phone number is, how about this over here? Let's register there. Account successfully created. You can log in with your credentials. Great. Okay, so log into your account. My username is HackerFrogs. The password is HackerFrogs rule, exclamation point. Log in. Okay, so we're now logged into the application. Great. Let's save these credentials. Okay, so Nona, where is Adrian, Tina, he got tacked, Jerry, all of us. Okay, so what does this tell us? This tells us there are a bunch of different users here, so we can gather up all these usernames and we can add them to a little file. So here, we're just going to call, let me remove some of these TXT files that I created earlier. And let's create a users.txt file. So we've got Nona, we've got Adrian, we've got Tina, we've got Jerry. Thank you very much for redeeming the frog song, Barton. Thank you. Okay, so we've got this list of usernames over here. We can keep track of this. If we need to do some brute forcing, we can use this user list as part of the brute forcing. So let's save this out. Okay. So what else can we? LocalCan says new Gawk column. New Gawk column. I'm not too sure what that means. Barton says, all right, keep up the great work. Time for lunch. We'll jump back later if I find some more time while working. Well, thank you very much, Barton. And let me know what you do for, well, maybe if you don't want to let us know what you do for work, that's fine. But if you work in cybersecurity or if you work in tech, let us know, because we always want to keep tabs of what everybody's doing and support everybody as best we can. Anyways, thank you very much, Barton. Let's send you out with Hack the Planet. There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Oh, Barton is in charge of purple teaming. Awesome, awesome. So purple teaming is a blend of defensive and offensive cybersecurity, for anybody who didn't know. But that sounds like an awesome job, Barton. Catch you later. Thank you very much for the sub, and hope to see you back here some other time. Let's see. Okay, so we've got the chat app over here. We can start sending messages, testing, and maybe we can take a look at what is in here by looking at the page source. So PJ Kurag. There's also a forgot your password feature over here as well. We've got our JavaScript. So the JavaScript that runs this chatbot might be this right here. So if that's the case, then we can probably investigate it and see if we can reverse engineer its code. So let's go and copy the link and look at it in another tab. Huh. Okay. Simon Ardante says, if you aren't already, you can run Burp Suite in the background to monitor for juicy requests and hidden parameters. Yeah, I should probably do that. So this is a web heavy challenge, looks like. So I'm just going to start up my Burp Suite so that I can start investigating any potentially juicy traffic running back and going back and forth. So Burp Suite is a is a very important web app testing tool that that most cybersecurity web app professionals use. Okay, so we've got Burp Suite over here. Let's go to proxy. Intercept is turned off. That's what we want. Let's open up the Burp Suite browser, and then we can start investigating the app inside the browser. So the Burp Suite browser is directly connected to Burp Suite, so anything that we see in the browser, that traffic is going to be recorded by Burp Suite. So let's log into the app here. So this is home.php. Okay, so we've got an account, so we can log into it. So username is hackerfrogs, and password is hackerfrogsrule! Okay, so we're here. Let's save this. Why not? Okay, so we can log out. We can look at our profile. Oh, we can look at our profile. Huh. We got username and password over here, and phone number. We can edit our details. I wonder if we can do some IDOR vulnerabilities here. So it says here at the top, the profile. This page is profile.php, and it takes a parameter. So user ID equals number. So what happens if we change the number here? So it looks like we might not be able to see any valid user IDs by changing the number. But wouldn't that be awesome? And by awesome, I mean not secure. Okay. So it looks like we can't. We also can't change our password from this. We can edit details. Let's click on edit details. So we can edit any of our details over here as well. Let's see if we can edit details. So if we let's try submitting this page with user ID 1 and see if it does anything. Record successfully updated. Okay. Let's go back home. All right, let's go back. So let's take a look at the traffic we intercepted with Burp Suite. Sarah Nardenta says you might get a response in Burp Repeater. Right. Okay, so let's go to the proxy HTTP history. We've got all of our requests to this app here. We got the post requests as well. I'm interested in taking a look at that response. Let's throw it into the Burp Repeater. So we actually successfully sent this request as ID1 and RES1. So I guess RES is response. Jugpearl says also try in the send. Maybe you can send the command injection payload. Oh, okay. So we're posting here. And let's check the response. So Jugpearl has it. Yeah, he makes a very good point. Maybe we can send some. Maybe we can send some OS command injection along with this this post request. So let's do ID1 and who am I? Actually, no. We'll do ID1 and RES equals who am I. Let's do who am I here. Send that. In the response. Okay. We didn't get OS command injection here. Unfortunate. But we can also test all the other endpoints. So there are a lot of different endpoints on this on the server, and we can test them all for stuff like parameters, and we can test them for OS command injection and other stuff. Let's take a look at some of the other stuff. So we got our proxy, post. Okay, we also did post edit details.php. Let's send that to the repeater as well. Okay, so we sent all this different stuff here as user ID 1. I wonder if that actually overwrote the details for user ID 1. Let's send it. Okay, so we've got some so I guess it doesn't want to render all this stuff. That's fine. Can we inject directly here? Let's see. LocalCan says it's awesome when the interpreter works. Where is the My Account page? Maybe you can get an IDOR on the Get My Account page where all your details are. I think I tried that. So first of all, let's go over here. So this is the profile.php page. So profile.php, I don't think we were able to find an IDOR here, but let's go back to Burp Suite. Proxy is the profile, right? So profile, yeah. Send this to the repeater. So every time we send this, we get the same result like this. If we send a different ID number, like ID number 1 or maybe ID number 2, the result is the same. It's still going to give us only our details. So another thing I want to investigate is the name of the developer. Thank you very much for following LaCroix Jenkins on Twitch. Thank you very much. And here you go. Have a free woodpecker. Here you go. Okay, so PJ Kareg over here. Let's look up that piece of software again. PJ Kareg on Pinterest. So simple public chat room using this code over here. So this might be the code for the chat room we're looking at right now. So what is... Yeah, this looks just like what we're looking at right now. Okay, so we've got the actual code that is being used in this case. So if we've got the source, if we have the source code for the app, we can probably find out how to break it. So this is login page. Actually, we should probably figure out how to break into the admin page, because we found an admin page as well. So over here, There was admin.php, I think. No? Was it not called admin.php? Let me check. Login.php. Okay. So login.php is what it was reported as the admin login page. So login.php. So is this okay, let's try some simple SQL injection. Error, login again. How about this? Does this work? This logged me in. This logged me in. It logged in. Yeah, okay. You can look for instances of the $ symbol in the source code to find unsanitized input. Okay. This logged. Oh, you know what? I might have screwed up. I might have screwed up by overwriting the admin users. I think I might have overridden the admin users' credentials, because when I did the SQL login bypass, I was logged in as the user information that I provided here, which actually, you know what? Let's confirm this. I want to confirm that I wrote over the admin user's credentials by going back to Burp Suite, and let's go back to the request that, let's see, it would have been to edit details user 1 over here. Okay, let's send that to the repeater. Stole016 says check the ID number. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's a good point. So back in, let's do this in the regular browser. Log out. Let's try the bypass. Okay, then let's go over and see what the yeah, no, I wrote it over. Now I'm user ID 1. So this kind of sucks. Yeah. So when you log in, Stole16 says when you log in with injection, if it's 1, you've overwritten it. I've overwritten this stuff. So I think I might need to revert this box and then try again. And then I would be able to get the admin user's information. Yeah, that's where I edited the account information, but I overwrote the I tried sending the post request as user ID 1, and I overwrote the admin user's information here with my own user input. So I'm gonna have to revert this box and then try again, because it might be that well, actually, you know what? I wouldn't have gotten the password from this anyways, right? Because this, let's see. So I might need to might need to revert the box. Yeah, that's where I edited the information. Let me go ahead and revert the box. It's going to take a little bit. I need to shut down the box and then reinstall it. So my apologies, it's going to take a little bit. Why don't you guys watch the burn path video in the meantime? So just watch this. Just watch this while I do some resetting in the background. Just a second. You guys can go grab snacks if you like. Let's see, VMs. This is from hackmyvm. I just need to reinstall the VM. Yay. Okay, so that didn't take very long. Just need to make sure it's on the right network. Okay, then I can start it up. Oh, and it looks like we got Twitch ads going on too right now as well. I guess I'll just wait for all the Twitch ads to end, and then we'll start again. Anyways, I'm gonna have a little sip of water. Just a second. Okay, so we've reinstalled the box, and now the box is living at basically the same IP address, only one over. So it's going to be at right here. Okay. So now we can try logging into the box, and we can try our SQL bypass. Like this. Okay, so it looks like the admin user is named Pow Pow. Pow Pow or just Pow. The password is very short. Maybe the password is Pow. Maybe the password is Pow. We've got a phone number here as well. pow@yahoo.com. Okay. Okay. So let's add this to our list of usernames, or maybe credentials as well. So maybe POW is a password, and for users, we're going to add POW or POW as a username. Okay, so back over here. So the question is, does the user have any special functions as the first user? Are they an admin? My guess is no. But I'm not sure. Anyway, let's log out. Okay, so my guess is that Pow Pow's password is also POW. Oh, okay. It's a 3-letter password though. So maybe it is POW spelled backwards, which is OAP. Okay, not it. All right, so attempt equaled failed. Attempt equaled failed? How about attempt equaled success? Okay. Okay. So we've got the source code here. So login.php. So if we've got SQL injection on the login page, could we dump the table? Register.php here. Cyber Dante suggested that we could look for the dollar symbol. So session from index.php, right? Username, password, register.php. Okay, login.php. You know what? I'd like to know if this code has like a sample user access, username POW, password POW. Register a new user if you want to try the system in multiple user. Username POW, password POW. Okay, let's try here. Username POW, password POW. Yeah, okay. It was default creds. Adrian, Tina, Gina, Jerry, Nona. So let's try our Hydra. Actually, there might be password reuse. Would it be that easy? 10.02.96 POW at that would be too easy. Okay. Yeah, okay. So Oliver Cross says rip. Hello, Oliver Cross, nice to see you here. On YouTube. Have a fun Nyan Cat. Actually no, have the Devil's Bedroom. If you know where this is from, please let us know.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Sometimes his firewalls have more Sometimes the servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so that's not it. Let's take a look. Nini, he got hacked. All of us. Where is Adrian? Okay, so we've got the is this called simple chat system? Simple chat system. Let's see if we can find searchsploit. Searchsploit. Simple chat system. Okay, here we go. Simon Dante says these bedrooms have more servers than the Devil's firewalls. Yup. These servers have more bedrooms than the Devil's firewalls. Yup. Okay, simple chat system, ID, SQL injection over here. Arbitrary file upload. So, is this the same web app? simple chatting system and simple chat system. Is this the same web app? So let's take a look at this over here in searchsploit. So searchsploit this number. What did it say? So verified file type ASCII text copied to this. Okay, let's take a look at the description of the exploit. Okay, so simple chatting system 1.0 arbitrary file upload. Is this the same application? So we need to check. LocalCan says, I don't know, but it looks very crow's foot model. Crow's foot model. I'm not too sure what that refers to, but let me know. Let me know what that what you're referring to there. So it's the vendor's homepage is yourphpscript.com. Something tells me that this website might be defunct, but we can try to check it anyways. Database model. Okay, so we have a hard time finding that site. Okay, so simple chat system. Simple chatting system, arbitrary file upload. Simple chat system. Okay, so proof of concept. User profile picture arbitrary file can be uploaded. So it goes to the uploads path. So first of all, I need to find out if there's an uploads path over here. And if we go to the profile, it goes to /view/myprofile.php. So if it doesn't, then we're probably not dealing with the same app. So I can go over to, we can edit the details. We can't, this is probably not the same app because we can't upload a profile photo. So we're not dealing with the same thing. Okay. So that means that's not the app, but we do probably have this other vulnerability here, which is the ID SQL injection. So let's go ahead and look that up. Four, 5, 4, 6, 8, 4. Okay, so let's see. So this is Simple Chat System 1.0 ID SQL injection. Vendor homepage is source code tester. Yeah, so this is the app that we're dealing with right now. So what do we need to do? We need to send. Okay. So localhosts, right? Chatroom.php ID equals SQL injection. Okay. So should we try manual SQL injection? We could try this as the manual SQL injection. Holy cow, look at that SQL payload. Yeah, I wonder what this does. ID equals this thing. Who knows what this does? Anyways, let's play around with this. So chatroom.php ID equals. So ID equals, oh, let's do, what SQL injection should we do? Well, first of all, how about that? So this is not found. The first thing we need to do is we need to what was it? Union select, right? Union select null, null, null. Nope. Should I be... So there is a chatroom. No, there's no such thing as chatroom.php here. Is it called chat.php? What is this page called? No, this is just called home.php here. Home.php ID equals... So chatroom.php. So this is the chat room. Test. And this is supposed to be ID equals request ID. Let's check over here. So there's nothing called chat room here. Edit details.php, profile.php. So where is there an ID parameter? Okay, so ID is home.php, right? There's a lot of matches here. Let's see. Where are you posting to? Wasn't it message.php or something? I think that's the user ID. So I think... Is this not where we're posting? Hold on, let me see if I can find some more. So ID equals... So this is line 30, home.php. Line 60... Line 80. User ID. ID equals send message. Okay, so what file is this? This is the edit details.php. Could it be in edit details.php as well? Okay. Let's go back to Burp Suite. We can also look for, inside of here, we can look for parameters, right? So, ID, 3 matches. We can search inside of everything in the HTTP history, can't we? I haven't used Burp Suite for this kind of stuff in a while. Request query parameters. User ID. See the filter settings. Filter settings? Where is it? Search by... Hmm. So this is all user ID. There's no just ID parameter. But according to, I wonder what version of the software this is. If this is not version 1.0, then it's not going to work. Oh. Where is my burst weight? Here we go. Okay, let's look at the exploit one more time. So the exploit says that it's supposed to be /user/chatroom.php. Oh, wait. /user. Maybe I forgot to include that other part at the endpoint. /user/chatroom.php. Not found. Let's localhost path user chatroom.php. Let's see. Localcan says, yeah, probably would be basically a directory traversal attack. So, Theo, hello, hello. Nice to see you here, Theo. If anybody doesn't know, Theo is a great Twitch streamer himself. Let's give him a shout out. That was B7. There you go. And yeah, so if you want more streams more cybersecurity streams to follow, then Theo is there. And let's give you a hack the planet, just for being a cool dude.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so user chatroom.php. Okay, so first of all, let's do a curl to and what's it called? Users? Okay, so user's not found. What if the name of the user is specific? Okay, that's also not found. Bond learns, B Theo, you hush, you're great. Yeah. Theo is great. I especially like it when Theo talks about NeoVim and how awesome NeoVim is. That's a little nugget of an inside joke. Anyways, okay, so if we found that there's login SQL injection in this, I think, is this called like home.php? Login.php, right? No? What is this? Index.php. Index.php? You heard it's his favorite editor, huh? Okay. So let's record the SQL injection over here, and then let's pass this over to SQL map, because I don't feel like chasing this thing all over the place. So let's see, in the Burp Suite browser over here, let's just do the SQL login injection, or 1 = 1. There you go. Password test classic. No route to host. Oh, wait. This has to be... Okay. I forgot to adjust. It's got to be this, because we reset the box once already. Huh. Also doesn't have... Wait. No, listen, dude. It's this right here. Stop telling me I don't have a route to the host. Okay, now we're in. Now let's do our SQL injection. So now we have the SQL injection recorded. Here. No, why is this send message? We logged in. We did a post to login here. Send this to the repeater. Send this thing. The response is 302 found. Okay. Alright, so we're going to record this over here. We're going to save this, we're going to copy this to a file. We're going to call this request.txt in the temporary directory. And then we're going to do some SQL map. I haven't used SQL map in a little while, so hopefully it's not too torturous using this thing. Okay, so we've got our request.txt here. Let's do our SQL map. How do we use SQL map with a request file? Is it R? It appears you have provided some tainted parameter values, which are mostly leftover. Please always use only valid parameter values so SQL map could be able to run properly. Are you sure you want to continue? SQL map may have problems. Let's just say yes right now. If it has problems, then we'll delete our SQL injection payload. It appears that provided value has boundaries. Do you want to inject inside? Let's see. Do you want to follow the redirection? Say yes. This is a result of a post request. Do you want to resend original post data to the new location? Okay. Do you want to apply it from now on? It is recommended to perform only basic union tests if there is not at least one other potential technique found. Do you want to reduce the number of requests? Yes. Does not seem to be injectable. Okay, let's modify the request file. Okay, so username. Okay, let's try that again after we've cleaned up the target URL content is not stable. Content differs. SQL map will be the base the page comparison on the sequence matcher. Let's see. How do you want to proceed? Let's continue. Ads are going to start in a minute. The post parameter username appears to be this and time-based blind injectable. It looks like the backend DBMS is MySQL. Do you want to skip test payloads specific for other DBMSs? Let's say yes. For the remaining tests, do you want to include all tests from MySQL provided level 1 and risk 1? Okay. There's a redirect. Do you want to follow? Let's just say yes for right now. And then no. Well, I mean, we know that the SQL injection definitely exists. We just need to lead SQL map to it, and then hopefully it can dump out all the tables and some other good stuff. It does not seem to be injectable. Oh, well, I mean, it is injectable. Okay. Continue. We want to skip payloads specific to other DBMSs. Do you want to include all tests from MySQL provided level 1 and risk 1? Yes. Do you want to follow? Let's say we don't want to follow the redirect this time. Target URL appears to be union injectable with 6 columns. Injection not exploitable with null values. Do you want to try a random integer for option union character? Let's say yes. Barton says time-based attacks can be FP many times, so SQL map can be finicky. It needs a good crawl. Okay, so we know that the username parameter is injectable. We were able to do the authorization bypass through it. Okay, username parameter username is vulnerable. Do you want to keep testing the others? Let's say no. So we were able to. Do you want SQL map to try to optimize values for DBMS delay responses? Option timesec. Okay, let's say yes. So SQL map identified the following injection points with a total of 125 HTTP requests. Parameter time-based blind. Okay, so time-based. Oh my gosh, time-based blind can take such a long time. But you know what? Maybe what we need to do first is we need to figure out what the names of the databases are. So let me grab my SQL map cheat sheet. So we're looking for databases first, right? The options for SQL map are this. So how do we figure out what the names of the databases are? God damn it. Okay, no, I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT. How do we use SQL map to enumerate database names? This is why I use ChatGPT, because sometimes it takes a really long time to look up stuff. So with the --GBS, okay, that was easy enough. Okay, so this might take this might take a while, because this is time-based and blind. So we're just going to leak out the names of these databases one character at a time. Oh, man. Okay. Well, you know, good thing I've got all of my bird videos so that you can watch something while this stuff is going on. So this is information information schema or whatever, right? This is the default table, and this is MySQL, of course. We need to figure out what the name of the of these. We're looking for databases, right? So information schema is one database. I thought it was just a table. Anyways, we'll just leave this alone for now. What else could we do on this server? Abarton says, can you run this in parallel to see much time difference they have? Okay, yeah. Let's check it out. So Abarton, Abarton, you're back. Did you finish your lunch? What did you have for lunch, by the way? I'm getting really hungry. I usually have dinner right after my stream ends, so I'm usually super hungry by the time I get off of a live stream. Okay, what is this? So an advanced cross-platform tool that automates the process of detecting and exploiting SQL injection security flaws. Nepal. Oh, okay. So rice, yeah, fish, curry. Oh, fried fish. I love fried fish. I love fried fish and I love curry. Yeah, you know the town where I live. There's a very large Indian population in my town. So yeah, there's a lot of good there's a lot of good curry. There's a lot of good Malaysian curry as well. I don't know if you've had Malaysian curry before. It's probably kind of different. Okay, so how do we install this? So we probably need to clone this GitHub repo, right? So clone this, and then I'll go to well, I'm in the temp directory right now. I can do git clone. Barton says heavy carb. Yeah, you know, but heavy carb tastes the best. Heavy tard tastes the best. I've had Indian, Malaysian. Their curry is different in taste and texture to Nepali curries. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure that every country has some small differences between how they make curry. But definitely recommend to try Nepalese if you have any around. If I ever see... Oh, you know what? Have you tried Thai curry before? I'm wondering what other countries think of of how Thai curry is compared to their own country. What was the directory name? Gauri. Okay, let's go into that directory. Okay, and how do we run this tool? Advanced cross-platform tools that automates the process of detecting and exploiting SQL injection security flaws. Okay, requires Python 3. Installation, go to the directory. Okay. Okay, let's try this out. So Python 3 on Kali Linux is just Python. What does it say? Externally managed environment. This environment is externally managed to install Python packages system-wide. Try apt install. Maybe we don't need to do this. Maybe we'll just skip this, and then over here, just run this. This is deprecated. Sub.py install is deprecated. Pip3 install. Python vn and then source vm, source bin activate, pip3 install our requirements. Okay, what's going on the other? Okay, so we got the databases. We're in the middle of installing this thing. Now that you're inside a virtual environment, any pip library you install here doesn't affect the system, like a little sandbox. You know what? That's great. I should probably remember this for future Python installation nightmares, because sometimes Python dependencies, dealing with Python dependencies is not very fun. Okay, so from here, did I do pip install and requirements? Yeah, no, I already done this step. So the next step is, let me take a look. Python setup install. Let's see, pip install our requirements. It'll install fresh dependencies just for this v and vev. Next time you need it, you just source here. Okay, so pip install our requirements.txt. Yeah, okay, this is done. And then the next step is to Python setup install. No module called setup tools. Where? Setup.py line 3. No module setup tool. So it's missing something. So let me come back to this. I'm just going to use SQL map to get all the tables inside of the chat database. Hold on. Okay. If we have the name of the database, how do we retrieve all table names from that database in SQL map? Let's see, Fernasec. Is there a setup tools library? Let me just start my SQL map command, and then I will get back to that. So SQL map here, and in this case we're looking at the chat database. Okay, so this is starting up, so let's go back. Okay, so we need to get what setup tools. So is there a setup tools library? Could we just do, what was it? Pip3 install setup tools. Pip3, is that it? Is that pip3 install setup tools. Sometimes is it done now? Okay, so let's see. I think we're installed now. Let's go back. Where was that page? Here it is. Let's see. You're able to access and run Gari with the simple Gari help command. Okay, so just run Gari help to make sure that it's installed. Cool. It's working. Awesome, awesome. Okay. So how do we run this thing? So it's Gari U URL and then options. Okay. So Gari U, then the URL, which is going to be this. And enumeration. So there's a banner, current user, current database, hostname, enumerate DBM as databases. So we're going to takes the same parameters as SQL map. All right. So in this case, can we feed it? Can we feed it this? Invalid file name or file location. Oh, okay. We're not in the temp directory anymore. So we need to specify this. Unable to connect to the target URL. Unable to connect to the target URL. Really? Hold on. So, it's request.txt, not requests. Okay, that's a spelling error. Okay, so post parameter username might not be injectable. So this is also an advanced SQL injection detection and exploitation tool. So it looks a lot like SQL map. Hey, did you guys do Pros versus Joes as well? You're talking about Black Hat, right? I knew some people who did Pros versus Joes this year. I think they won the competition this year. Yeah. I know some guys who won the Pros versus Joes competition this year. Sec Talks version. Okay. Got to redirect. Do you want to follow? Let's just say yes and see if it works. Looks like backend DBMS is MySQL. Do you want to skip payloads for other ones? Yes. Okay. So post parameter username is vulnerable. Okay, so this also identified the username parameter here as vulnerable. No, we don't want to check the others. Okay, so it got... so it did this with the less HTTP requests, so that's nice. We went user, chat, and chat room. User, chat, and chat room. Okay, so the next step is to... So T... What? User? And what we want to do is you just want to dump it, right? Cyberner Dante says, nice, I've seen a bug bounty hunter named LostSec uses Gallery, great tool. Okay, so... Pros vs. Joes at B-Sides, Las Vegas, however, is a lot of fun. because trying doing it on site. Oh yeah, so are the other ones not on site? That's interesting. Okay, so let's see. Database chat, the user table. Let's get the columns. So is it like this? Okay, so the version here we did was remote, was still fun, very great, okay. I knew way less about AD exploitation back then. Ran everything on his own, made lots of fun, okay. Let's see, so Gowrie, is it called Gowrie? Gowrie, yeah, okay. So we managed to identify the backend DBMS as MySQL. So after that, we want to. What was the command? What was the command to get the database names? DBS, right? DBS. Okay, well, I mean, this seems very similar so far. I wonder if there's some advanced functionality for Gowrie that I'm not seeing right now. Okay, so user ID, username. That's what I'm guessing. Let's see, Furnos Sec says you're basically enumerating using name and then select one to target. N, DB, DBS, D, tables, T, etc., etc. Not sure if it is still actively developed, however, it was built with SQL map as inspiration, but to beat the time and exploitation that SQL map did. Yeah, well, I mean, blind SQL injection, well, especially time-based SQL injection is not very fun to do. It's very time-consuming, and well, I mean that's what tools like SQL Map are for, right? But where were we? So this is still going. We got user ID, username, password. So Farnos OS says, and have more true positives, right? So no more false positives. So I guess the user ID is an integer of up to 11 characters. Is this the maximum number of characters? And the username is a variable number of characters, varied characters, which is up to 30 max. That's what I'm guessing. Okay, and what is this last category here? What? So over here, this is still... It's still taking a while. To identify stuff here. Your what? So Farnos OS says you have true positive, false positive, true negative, and false negative for all the different situations. The most you hear about are about false positives. Post name, username is vulnerable. Do you want to keep testing the others, if any? Let's say no. Okay, so fetching database names, fetching number of databases. Retrieved 2, 1. So this is just going to do a lot of blind SQL injection. Hopefully it gets our hopefully it's going to get our database names just like my SQL map did. Huh, what? Invalid character detected. Increasing time delay to 2 seconds. Invalid character detected. Retrying. Your what? What would this be? Let's see. LocalCan says if it starts with an M, I'm gonna guess it's your mama. Yeah, it could be. It could be your mama. True. It seems to be your. No. It got the NA here. So I guess it's your name. My guess is it's your name. So I got the your underscore and then the NA. So I'm guessing this is your name. So on the other screen, retrieved 4, retrieved 12. One thing, so if it's actually going to wait until it is completely done before it tells us what the names are of the databases, then that's not how I would like to get my information, but okay. But this SQL map seems to be having a hard time. It could be because we're running 2 of these tools at the same time. And that's why the server is kind of strained right now. So username, password, your name. I need to confirm whether or not this column is actually called your name. Invalid character detected. Retrying. Okay. So in the meantime, what can we do while we're waiting for all of this SQL map stuff to go? This could take a long time. In the meantime, what could be our way in? So we've got, my guess is that there's going to be some sort of credentials that you're unable to properly validate last character value n. My guess is that that MySQL SQL map is going to dump some credentials for us, and then we're going to have to brute force with all the usernames that we've gathered so far. So we gathered these usernames over here, and if we're able to actually, you know what? They're gonna dump out the passwords. They're gonna dump out the passwords so I can just log in as one of these users. If they exist on SSH. But that's going to take a long time. Yeah, there's probably going to be credential reuse for SSH. That's my guess. But, yeah. My SQL map is taking its sweet time. Maybe I should just get out of here and just get the usernames and passwords. Yeah, okay, I'm just going to get out of here. So, username, password. Here. Okay, so what if we want to retrieve the info from the database chat, the table, oh gosh, what was the name of the table? The name of the table is user. And the columns, what are the columns called? Username, password. Might be saturating the database connection. Yeah, that's probably, that's valid. Because we're running two of these tools at the same time. Anyways, I'm gonna get out of here. Yeah. Okay, so what is the command we need to do? So D chat T user C for columns, right? Here, like this. Okay. Thank you very much, Barton. Thank you. Okay, let's dump this stuff out. Okay, so still, we got a ad break happening right now on Twitch, so we're going to let's do some non-bird bath stuff. I know how much you love the bird bath, but actually, if you want to see the bird bath, let us know if you want to see the bird bath. But let's do some other. Oh, you know what? No. We got the greedy swallow. I love this guy. So this is the greedy sparrow. The sparrow does not want any other sparrows to come and get the food in the bird feeder. So it is frantically trying to scare the other birds away. And this is, yeah. Anyways, I'm going to take a little drink. Just a second. I need to have some water. But yeah, I think the one bird you're going to find in every country are sparrows. So every country has birds that look like this. If you live in a country that does not have sparrows, then you're very then I don't believe you, because every country has sparrows like this. Let's see. Sarah Dante says single-handedly keeping the bird community thriving, and they tell great stories about. Yeah, I'm sure the birds all talk about me, of course. Let's see. Barton says pretty neat. Tilting. Okay. I definitely only run one at a time. Haha. Okay, yeah. Maybe I'll shut down the other tool. But thank you very much to Barton for recommending this this tool. I want to do some additional testing with this tool later to see how it differs from regular SQL map. What? It didn't go through? This didn't go through? Unable to retrieve the number of columns. Entry for the table. Unable to retrieve the number of columns. So that I can only get one column at a time? Okay, let's just get the passwords then. Because we know that we know the usernames. We know the usernames, we've already enumerated them. So we can just get the passwords and then we can do some password spraying. Barton says, do you know the sequence it's saved in the database? No, I do not know the sequence that it's saved in the database. Oh, no, wait. No, I don't know the sequence. So I'll do the password first, because I can, I've got a number of usernames, and I can just... Okay, this looks interesting. I can just do some brute force, like everything in the list versus everything in the list. Okay, so the tool is actually moving at an okay pace now. I think it's because... Let's try adding these to the password list. Okay, so the next one is what? David Whatpants. Okay. These are interesting passwords. Huh. I might be able to finish this. I might be able to finish this this box on time. That would be nice. My friend. Okay, so what users do we have? Oh, this is the wrong directory. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to do this again. Hold on. Here. Another password is my friend Tom. And what else do we have? That's my Nona pass? Okay. Okay, so we got this. We can grab the passwords. We can grab the usernames. What was it called? Was it called username or just... It was just username, yeah, okay. So my guess, I'm gonna guess Nona is the user that we want to target here. So you're gonna SSH as Nona to 10.0.2.96 and okay, we're in. Oh, you know what? We can do the scary hacker voice guy. Hold on. This is a bit that I do every time we break into a server. Just a second.
Hey everybody, it's Scary Hacker Voice Guy. Scary Hacker Voice Guy comes out every time we break into a server, and we were able to break into the server by exploiting its SQL database. Well, Talk, you decided to implement a vulnerable chat app and install it on your web server. That was a big mistake. Anyways, we managed to use SQL injection to dump all of your tables and get all of your credentials. And now, Now we're in.
Okay, now we're in. All right, so Nona, that's the user we managed to log in as. First of all, let's figure out if they've got... Ooh, okay, it's one of these. So just use the sudo... So links, what is links? Links is, isn't that a text-based web browser? Links is a text-based web browser, right? Let's look this up on GTFO bins. So GTFO bins links. No? Okay. So first of all, we need to figure out what links is. Man links. Yeah, links is a browser. So let's quit. Sudo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bart. Okay, so no password, all. That basically means that you can run it as root, right? So all, no password, user bin links. So I think I've done this privilege escalation before. So it's just sudo links. And then I think it's spawning. Yeah, you spawn a shell, and then because we're using links as sudo, we spawn a root shell. So who am I? We're root, which means we redeem this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so faster than you. Were you trying to type that as well? I'm not too sure, but thank you very much, Barton. And yeah, thanks for everybody who came by to give all sorts of good advice. A streamer is only as good as his chat. Yeah. Okay, so all we need to do is go to the root directory and then read the root flag over here. This is booted and rooted. This was a bit easier than what is usually offered over at hackmyvm.eu. It's usually pretty tricky. But this was the talk box over here. If anybody's interested, this is the link for the thing. You know what? I'm gonna submit my flags off stream, so you know the organizers don't get mad that I'm revealing the flags. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to put the VM off screen. I'm gonna show you guys the birds, and so just watch the birds while I submit my flags. Okay, just a second. Okay. Birds are cooler than flags. They can be. They certainly can be. So just a second. Just need to submit my flags. Cute baby birds. Oh wow. Yeah, that's those are some big birds. Hold on. Okay, so this is the talk machine. Gotta submit my flags. Okay, then I gotta... Okay, just about done. Okay, done, done, done. Okay. All right, so we've got a little bit of time left. Let's, if anybody has suggestions for what you want to see, otherwise we could probably try using more of the gallery tool. But we basically got all the information we needed. Let's copy the command from so gallery with dump all flag, maybe? Okay. Okay, over here. Oops. Huh, it doesn't accept dump all? Let me... Oh, okay, just you all. No? Let's get the help. Okay, so dump. Is it just dump? Maybe it's just dump. Yeah, so just dump. Okay, so we'll just wait on this thing and see if it doesn't take a really long time. So the other thing, so we've got about 20 minutes before I have to before the regular end of stream is happening. So what I'm gonna try is we're gonna try going to TryHackMe.com, and they've got this. They had the Advent event in December, and what I really wanted to try was the side quest over here. So the side quest was basically a series of 5 more difficult challenges that you could find throughout. LocalCan says you're a fairly active streamer. Then I wouldn't say that I'm super active. I don't stream every day. I only stream 3 times a week. But I'm trying to stream more, and I'm trying to make sure that that we're not doing anything super boring during the stream. I'm trying to make sure that there's some structure to the time that we're spending here. So what we're going to try is we're going to try finding the first. We need to find keys to access these challenges, and the keys are in the regular Advent of Cyber event. So what we need to do is we need to find these pass keys over here, and the first pass key is hidden in between days 1 to 4. So we need to go back to those challenges over there and look for the pass keys. So let's. Unfortunately, I don't have. Okay, I need to get in a VPN key to TryHackMe now, because I don't have a premium account anymore. So where do I get my keys? So just go to Access, and let's see. I need to go to download my configuration file. I don't want to use EU because EU is kind of far away from me. Maybe I can switch over to another one. Oh, we've got US regular, US West. Okay. So let's regenerate. You know what? I haven't logged in via VPN to TryHackMe in a really long time. Okay, let's download that file. Okay, so what's going on here? So it's going through it. We're going to leave this going on in the background. We'll probably check on in it in about 15 minutes or so at the end of the stream and see how far it's gotten. I kind of doubt that it would be able to get everything, because there were a couple of databases Actually, you know what? Maybe we should... We're going to specify the database before we dump. So database is going to be the chat database. And then let's dump everything from the chat database. Cyber Dante says, I only use their VPNs. I can't stand the attack box, mainly because of the copy-paste thing. I understand, Cyber Dante, and I agree, because the copy-paste thing can be very annoying. But I'm looking to for methods where I can teach as many people as possible, and some people don't have Kali Linux, so I have to figure out how to teach people using only web-based stuff. Okay, so this seems to be going, so I'll just leave this alone right now. And in the meantime, let's go to our downloads directory. And we've got our OVPN key. Let's copy this. Let's become root for a second. Let's copy this to the root directory. And then sudo OpenVPN. Okay, so we should now be connected to the TryHackMe network. Am I not connected? Server status online. Am I not connected? Where are we? Here. It looks like we're connected. I don't even know why I use sudo with this. Okay, let's try checking our status again. Huh, it still says I'm not online. Setup required, use your own machine. You are connected, it does that to me too. Okay. So let's try... accessing the room over here. Advent of Cyber. If anybody knows where the password for the zip file is, let us know. Because otherwise, it might take a little time to search this thing. So it's between level 1 keyword card. The password in the key card will allow you to open the zip file provided by the machine. The key card will be hidden between days 1 and 4. So, okay. So day 1 is over here. Okay. What was this machine? This was a converter. So where... Okay, I'm gonna try just starting up this machine, and then I'm gonna test out whether or not we're actually connected to the TryHackMe network. So we just need to wait for a minute. Okay, so it managed to get the tables. Great. So everybody, how's everybody doing? If what is your favorite OS and what is your what's your favorite OS and what is your favorite text editor? Is your favorite text editor is it Nano or is it Vim or is it something else? Let us know. You have an OpenVPN IP up there, so that's a good sign as well. So is my OpenVPN? Ooh, it's okay. So we've got an IP address. What's happening here? Ubuntu for the win. Vim and Nano fix. Vim and Nano mix. Oh, okay. I guess that really depends on how complicated you want to do. All right. So can I get my IP address, please? Thank you. Okay. Man, this is... Okay, so it managed to get 3 tables in here, and now it's dumping the table contents. So yeah, it seems pretty cool. Okay, let's try pinging these systems. So ping. Okay, so we can successfully access the machine. So how do we access the machine? So this was task. Okay, so we started the machine and investigating the website. So we just need to access it using the web browser. Okay. So this is Glitch's all-in-one converter, so enter the YouTube URL. Submit URL for processing, format selection protocol, secure file acquisition. Okay. SSRF. Do you think this server is Man, how do we exploit SSRF? I guess we could record this inside of Burp Suite, right? So we still have Burp Suite running, and we've got our Burp Suite browser here. Okay, and let's see. Man, we need a YouTube video. Let me grab a YouTube video. Where's the... Actually, you know, this is a good opportunity to use one of my own videos. Hacktricks will have all the guide you need, plus Sportswigger has good stuff. I believe you. Actually, wait, hold on. Okay, so we've got the YouTube URL. We're going to put this in here. We're going to convert it. We'll just convert it to an MP3. Okay, now we need to download the file. That's gonna download the zip file over here. Insecure insecure download blocked. Okay, let's keep it. Let's keep it. Okay, so we get this zip file here. We've got these 2 files. Conditioning. Yeah, I'm conditioned to let all the malware in to my computer. But we got som.mp3 and song.mp3. So we're not necessarily looking to exploit a server right now, but what we do need to do is we need to get some information. What we're looking to do is we're looking to we need to find an L1 keycard in the main Advent of Cyber room challenges. The password in the keycard will allow you to open the zip file provided by the machine. The keycard will be hidden between days 1 and 4. Wait, you know what? I think I saw something in the Wireshark when I was doing the challenges initially. So, what are the other days? So the other days are... I remember there was a day with Wireshark. So log analysis. So log analysis is probably Wireshark, right? Let's see. True positives, false positives. This is Elastic. Yeah. You know what? I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to do all this stuff today. But it is getting close to the end of the stream time. What we're going to do is we're going to find some quality InfoSec streamers to write into. Het Tennis Hack Smarter is on. Awesome. Hack Smarter is a great InfoSec streamer. He's got a really big YouTube, and he's been investigating some fun platforms as well. Cybernerd Dante says Tyler, yeah. Tyler, I don't remember his Ramsby, I think that's his name. Anyway, let's check out his channel right now. Hopefully he hasn't been streaming for a long time. This is always a bit slow on Kali Linux. Oh, Old Spice, awesome. Okay, he's been streaming for almost 2 hours. I'm not too sure how long he streams for. He doesn't stream for too much longer than a couple hours, I think. But let's see if it looks like he's wrapping up or not. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna raid into the Hack Smarter channel, and when you arrive there, if you could give this message over here, OS Frog, hip hop hack OS Frog. Just like this, I would really appreciate it. Anyways, we're gonna be back. It is Wednesday today, so we're gonna be back on Friday, but we're gonna be starting a little bit earlier, and it's gonna be a slightly shorter stream because I have to do some stuff in the evening. Gina Griffin, hello! Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Yeah, we're just going to raid into Tyler's channel up on Twitch. So if you could. If you want, you can hop on Twitch, and we're going to raid into Tyler's channel. We're going to be back on Friday. It's going to be a little earlier, but everybody, it was a lot of fun. Thank you very much to good friends like Local Ken, Gina Griffin, Cybernerd Dante, Barton. Who else? There was our good friend Fernasek, and a bunch of other people. But thank you very much for hanging out today. And of course Theo, of course. We're gonna raid into hack_smarter. But before that, let's do one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so everybody, catch you next time, and have fun with Tyler, and have a great week. See you next time.